Now we reblog that personally. There's Seribot. Oh. There we go. That's a bit better. Evening all. Going live now. Swing on by for some vibes. Bup. May as well just let the ad go through. Bup. There we go. Okay. Evening all. Going live now. Swing on by for some vibes. Post. Having the light there isn't really helping much, is it? Oh well. Guess we may as well see... Not face. Although if Seribot could just post a random dog picture, that would be handy. Estimated 900 million dogs in the world. Okay. You know what? I'm just going to turn that light off. That's probably why my left eye is reading so poorly. Go. And the ad should be done and out of the way too. I guess there's still some adjustments I actually need to get going. Eye tracking is always a pain in the ass. Alright, well, ad's done, so why don't we just get started with the vibe? Oh yeah, and we're using a new tracking software now, so we can have some fun with stuff. Like that. Alright, so what were we doing today exactly? I guess we're just trying to get some sketching done in general, and then working on Sandra when we actually have got a relatively simple base done and out of the way. So I guess let's get the initial slime stuff set up like I was planning on. Ouch. Then how did I want to do this? Oh, right, that's gonna be covering up the alerts. Hey there, Non. Welcome in. Thank you for shoving yourself in the freezer for another month. Kind of forgot that that would be big enough to cover that alert box. Where are you? Hopefully the evening's going well. We're just getting started with things, but hopefully the week's at least treating you all right. And at the very least, we're kind of just working on a general sketch page just to make sure I can remember how to use all my tools, if I'm being completely honest with you. Almost 5 years now. Yeah, I've been going for quite a while now, haven't I? And it's always appreciated that people have been sticking with me for so long. Doot. It is very appreciated. There. Tonight, at the very least, though, we are just going to be working on some simple world designation shenaniganry, so don't mind it too much if things are a little bit slow-paced today. I'm mostly just trying to get back into the groove of this, if I'm honest. Always enjoy the vibes, it's chill. Well, certainly try my best to keep it that way. Wait. If I take those off, will that actually help? No. Damn, this system does actually track my eyes properly. Eh. Oh, I'm gonna have to set up some manual stuff later. Unfortunately, my left eye does like to droop, and that's why my reading is so awful with this. Oh well. Yeah, for today, we'll mostly just be doing some general world building sketches. Just so that way we can get a general vibe going for what all these slime creatures in my head are, and what the point of them will actually be. And I don't think my mic is sensitive enough to catch it, but there is construction going on in the background. So don't worry about that. Oh, well, thank you very much. I did want to make sure that I buffed out 2.0 before going too far, and the way that I had it before, at least, was kind of a temporary measure. I had initially intended for there to be the fur collar as well as the bigger ponytail compared to 1.0. It just kind of took a bit before I realized how to do that. But we got there in the end. No, I wanted the lasso, thank you. And now I have a proper 2.0 versus what 1.0 was. Let's see. Slimes usually have a, or at least gelatin for now, has a relatively obvious shine as well as light refraction through there. So what we should do up. Maybe go here for now. Got stuff you need to do in Blender, but it still overwhelms me. Oh, Blender is awful. But I guess you do work in the gaming industry, so technically speaking, you're a little bit better off in figuring this out. I know that I don't have the best Blender record myself, but I've been meaning to either learn it or just get into it. But I have not really been able to do so, at least not yet. It's just kind of one of those things that would be handy to learn properly. Then I can buff out the Jude model, and then, maybe speaking, we can do the Julia model. But Julia's not going to happen for a while now, I think. Should probably turn that into a different color, if I'm honest. Make it a little bit more saturated. You can do stuff with the programming, but the creation not so much. It does usually take a minute to... It does usually take a minute to make sure you're sitting on both sides of the creative fence, so I definitely understand that. I'm kind of experiencing an issue on my side since I discuss it more with Nano, but I like creating characters, and I would like to write a bigger story relating to them eventually, but my brain doesn't necessarily want to do the writing portion as much. Did I draw? Oh. But the character creation side, I obviously do too much. So I kind of want to get the art side of the character creation done and out of the way, which will make writing things a little bit easier, which will just lead to the entire cycle of nonsense that we just need to get going. Probably do that. And just put a little shadow under there. Because as of right now, I don't have the full list out, but there's obviously Jude, who is a character in the plots that I'm working on right now. Wow, that's like a white color. Jude is within the plots that I'm working on right now. There is a scientist by the name of Gianna who freed Jude from evil Walmart that I need to flesh out. There's obviously Runa and Roishin that I've gotten Kin to draw. And then there are all of the slimes that I drew because Nano tested my ability and patience, and I made sure to do all of that while driving them insane in the process. So now there are... God, how many of the slimes are there now? There is the white and black slimes. There is red, blue, yellow. There are orange, purple, green. So what is that? There's 8 there. Then I also included cyan and pink. So 10? There's probably more, but I'm forgetting them. But yeah, for now, we're just gonna work away at it. Right now, I'm kind of just working on the general idea of the slimes exist. So I kind of just want to write out the stat chart and all of that shenaniganry for now. Which starts with the default ones. What was I going to do with this? I wanted to neutralize that color a little bit. If I just do that, that's just gonna... Yeah, that's not what I want. Uh, There we go. That's a little better. So today, to help with that slime designing nonsense, we're going to be doing a quick little chart for the slime buddies, because I've gone over it with Nano, but there is a specific setup that I have going for how the sentient slimes exist versus how the monster slimes exist. What we're drawing here is the monster slime. So these drop from the slime clouds just onto the planet. I should do a little bit of saturation along the edges. And at least when it comes down to it, the monster slimes are simple and or basic, depending on how you want to view them. So they don't have a ton of intelligence, they can eat a lot, and unless they eat a humanoid soul, they will not be causing problems anytime soon. They are relatively desaturated, they don't have much to them, but they exist and they have a cute little pair of eyes, just so that way you know what direction they're facing. They don't think, they don't talk, they just kind of eat and exist. And humans, up till now, have essentially been catching them and using them as garbage disposals this entire time, which is partly what led to the creation of all of the sentient slimes by accident. So we get basic little guy. All is well and good. Folder. And what's the button for new layer? Doot. The monster slimes come from a cloud. Let's see if I can draw clouds as well as kin. Oh, right, no pressure sensitivity. Doot. And I hope that the music is at an alright level, because there are probably going to be points where I just vibe myself and keep working. Okay, good. Also, I hope that the tablet setup looks okay. That's at least something fun and new that I can do with VNeon at least, so we can have a little bit of fun with that and added controllers for games and such later. Do that. I make that a little harder? Honestly, when it does come to the art skills, sometimes I do feel like environmental design is probably where I should be focusing my brain power into, because it does feel like that's kind of where my focus lays. At least sometimes it does. Can probably go a little brighter. There we go. The way I draw clouds probably isn't super congruent with what we should be doing, but it's fine. It's how I like drawing them, at least. And we're mostly drawing clouds, at least for a temp stand-in, just so that way I can figure out how I want to do the slime cloud specifically. I like the idea of spawning pools when it comes down to slimes. But considering how heavy a capitalist of a world I'm generating right now, people would be able to find and utilize slime pools a little too easily. I need you. Oh yeah, and obviously I do have some references over here. Once we do get the base character slime stuff, we'll start with Sandra to at least explain what Sandra is and what the yellow slime race specifically are. The yellow slimes are a subspecies of the oranges in this case. Orange slimes are developed after consuming enough liquids and a human soul. Well, a living soul. I can't really say human considering the world, but whenever the slimes themselves digest a living soul is when they become sentient, and depending on what they've eaten before that point is what kind of slime they become. Yellow slimes are specifically ones that have drunk or eaten, consumed, however you want to phrase it, a lot of alcohol. It doesn't exactly matter, but it does take into account specifics for hops and liquors of all kinds and et ceteras. They don't appear as much as the orange slimes do, since those just encompass liquids, but they are at least noticeable in that regard. Okay. Just make that a little bit dimmer. That big one can be the slime cloud. Oh. It can be weirdly amorphous. I'll just draw some cumulos for now. Oh, yeah, I guess it's a solid color. Gonna go grab a late lunch. Hope the editing goes well. It should. Hopefully you enjoy your lunch, Non. We'll still be vibing here for a good long while. Guess I don't need too much coverage for those. You're next. Oh, right. There we go. Now we can lock that. And there. Hmm. I guess there's room above my head. I guess I could do this in theory. Um... Don't really want to do it live, though. Maybe next time we'll have the track list showing for this. Okay. Then we can go to pure white. Get a little bit there. That one's a little darker than the other ones there. Here we go. We'll just say there's some storm clouds here. Put you back up. Let's just clean this up a little bit. Hey there, Mitchie. Thank you for the work, lurk biddies. Hopefully work is not too mean to you today, since you're at least past the major holidays for now. We're just going to be vibing with art today, so nothing too major aside from just some extra tunage in the background. And if I can actually talk into the mic properly. With the occasional construction sound in the background, if that picks up. You're locked off, so that's fine. So we'll get you two in line. We'll leave little gaps there. Okay. Then we grab something a little lighter. Make this part smaller, actually. That does look a bit better. Mostly mundane, but also a lot of people who don't know how to read instructions. To be completely fair, Mitchie, most people don't read instructions nowadays. They kind of just expect that it works out of the box, which is unfortunate but true. Yes, welcome to, at least for lurking purposes at least, the slime sketch stream, where we'll be working on a few things relating to the slime race I'm creating for my story. Kind of just piddling out the basics of the monster slime and the birthing cloud of the slimes, which as of right now is a cloud. A cloud at the very least makes it a little bit harder for corporations to get a hold of it and try and utilize it for mass shenaniganry. Nope. Which for now, let's work on this semi-grayish blue cloud. I guess I should be making this semi-liquidated. can be a little bigger for this part. There and there. Then we need to make this a little brighter. Can make you a little smaller for this part. And this might not be the most chat-focused stream this time around. We will have to see. I don't really have a whole lot of topics as of right now. Aside from just the amount of drama recollection shenaniganry I've been watching lately regarding VTubers and just all the shit that's been happening over the past couple of years. Chill vibes are cool. Well, I certainly want to try to aim for that, so that's what we'll be doing. And I know I mentioned it on Blue Sky as well. While I do like having the Jude model, it might be in my best interest in the future to design a VTuber that's not linked to the stories I'm writing. So Jude won't be here forever, but he'll probably be here for a decently long time, at least for now. It might end up becoming a point where I make the protag characters as models, just so that way I can swap to them occasionally if I'm ever working on anything tied to them. So in that step, I'm at least ahead a little bit, because Jude is in, like, past chapter 3 in terms of designs right now. Although that does mean I'm going to have to learn Blender for sure, considering one of the characters is a fucking Drider. So I can't make that in Vroid to save my life. And in personal taste, at least, I'd have to learn Blender for Valerie as well, because you can do slimes in Vroid somewhat, but the things I want to do with her require Blender usage, and a lot of it. Let's do a little bit of this, just so this way this has a bit more color shading on it instead of just the gray. You know, a little too big. There we go. Just a blue cloud that's flying around for some reason. People don't fully know what it's for, but it at least exists. I guess in terms of how this should be organized. Let's make a nice big clickbait arrow between these two, just to make it painfully obvious to myself later that this is what we do. A little smaller. Um, I would like the hard brush. And then that rain is at least just hidden in with... let's do this the smart way, just so my brain can actually handle it. During periods of regular rain, the slime cloud will also rain and deposit a few slimes onto the ground at a time. They will be hidden amongst the main rain, which I probably should make them a little bit more desaturated than that. Nod. May not be a master of environmental design, but by golly, I can damn well try. Realizing this rain is basically how I used to draw grass, so not the best option. Come on, pressure sensitivity, you can do it. I believe in you. Alright, so Slime Cloud is usually surrounded by regular cumuloclouds. Those rain, the Slime Cloud drops a few. They are birthed into the monster slimes. Big ass arrow and circle. That is how the Mon Slimes are born. Rain, extra deposits, Mon Slime. Then we need... oh, they do not make that way. Then we go to here, and we get the pseudo tracking system that exists within the slime's bodies. I am not going to be able to fit consumption at that thick of a font. Do. Okay. So the slimes get a little consumption grid. I believe I marked this down somewhere. Got like a specific order that the slimes track the consumed foodstuffs to determine which one actually exists. I didn't pin that. Fuck. Let's see if I can remember the order. We currently have a few different color tiers, so why don't we just get that as a quick little palette. So, purple slimes. Actually, yeah, why don't we just get this part out of the way first, just that way we've got it. I'll put that there. Purple. Guess I can move that up. Magic related items. Doot. There we go. That gives us purple. The purple slimes exist because they eat things like wands and magic rocks and just anything that exists with some level of magic imbued within it. What was next after magic? The base ones came last because they were more catch-alls. Flora, and perfumable. That covers those. These aren't going to be denoted in the range of the rainbow, but that did make it a little bit easier to... Oh, whoops. It does make it a little bit easier just to understand. Dude. You can just go at the bottom. There. Poison and toxic items. There we go. I guess we should do... Oops. There and there, since that seems to be my default. Doot. We probably should also do white and black just as their own things because they require pretty specific actions that are hard to do in modern time. Humanoid corpses. Shoot. Black slimes don't come around very often, but they're definitely a little bit easier to obtain compared to the white slime. Guess that should be a lot smaller. Holy relics. With Angel Soul. Oh, it did actually count that as part of there. I do not wish that. Stop it. Its own category. Up. Apparently you need to be slightly smaller text. Okay. You go in here. All right, so we got purple, pink, green. Order of operations matters with the slime creation, so I just gotta remember what the hell I did. Oh, yeah, don't worry, Twitch. I know the ad's about to start. It's fine. I'll take a break in about 8 minutes or so. Up. Ice and superconductive materials. There. Let's see, any of the other specialties? I guess yellow, like we said. Do. Up. You can go in there. I don't want it to do that. Dooch. Alcoholic materials for yellow. Guess I should also have the text in here be in the right spot. Up. There we go. Alright, so that gives us all of those. Should move these up a little bit. Oh. Up. Then grab those. All right, so we've got black, we've got white, we've got purple, pink, green, cyan, yellow. We need red, orange, blue, And you know, I had a folder for this. I don't suppose I bookmarked it. Eh, no, of course I didn't. Um, and I've gone through enough files that I haven't needed to. Okay. Give me one quick second just to find all of the Emote Lab emotes. Because that will help me remember what the hell I was doing. Up. Okay, no, I'm remembering the right things. So we need red, orange, blue. And that's it for the moment. Okay. Up. Then red. Then regular blue. And orange. Start here. You are just general liquids. World building stream. Hey there, Nano. Welcome in. I guess world building / just general art practicing. Because, I mean, I did draw a base Mon Slime in some clouds, and at least the general idea of how the Mon Slimes are born, if the image is at least clear enough for that. But how's the evening treating you so far? Bup. This is solid materials. Oh, wait, right, I need blue. Up, blue. Solid match. Stone. Stone, metal, etc. Pretty good. Gotta lurk for a bit. All good. Hopefully you're able to get some work done today. Oh, right. There we go. Eyedropper, red. Pharmaceuticals. Drugs and medicine. Bop. There we go. Put all those in there. All right, so there's at least the list of slime colors and related materials required to actually create them. As well as, I believe, roughly the order I was going to put them in. Air isn't an option in this case, just because a slime that just ate airborne substances doesn't really make a huge difference in the grand scheme of things. So we've got black and white at the top, just because those ones are kind of harder to get in a modern age. As of right now, for population density's sake, there are only, I want to say, 1 or 2 of the white slimes and 5 of the black slimes total in the entire universe for my world right now. Because at the very least, black is easier to make work. The holy relic eating is mildly difficult. But general purpose, slimes require eating of a thing. They need to eat a certain amount of the thing, and then a sentient soul, and then they birth as a sentient slime, taking bits from the soul that they've eaten to form their personality, and as well as forming the solidified core that the sentient slimes have that the monster-based slimes don't have. This is roughly the order that it registers them at. So the way that it will work is that the consumption grid will essentially read what a slime has eaten up until this point. Let's just see if we can recreate that up here. Up. Purple. And we'll just denote it with the colors for now, just because we've got it listed underneath. Ooch. There. Orange. Do I have a distaste for the color orange? Maybe. That's maybe why it's at the bottom. Up. But at least for general purposes' sake, a slime's internal registry would sort the things that they eat in this order, and depending on how much of it they actively eat, will fill up the bar. I should probably put that in its own layers so I can copy and paste it around. Oh, yeah, right, there was an ad too. I'll just draw these bars out and I can explain it once the ad's gone. Ouch. There we go. And then you can get a slight border. Just so that way we can see some of them a little better. All right. The ad should be done. I probably should set up Sari in a way so it actually lets me know when y'all are back. Okay. So now that the ad's done, just to go over it in full, the way sentient slimes are made is they need to eat a certain amount of an item that is tied to one of these categories. And as long as they eat a certain amount of these, whichever one is capped first is basically, or capped the highest in order, is what they become. So if we take someone like this layer, oh, let's take Sandra, because Sandra is one of the easier examples to actually get out there. Sandra is a yellow slime. So what Sandra needed to do as a base mon slime was drink or eat a lot of alcoholic objects and then a humanoid soul, and then they would become a yellow slime. Relatively easy to explain. Alcoholic slime, they used a slime as something like a disposal for a bar or at a casino or just anywhere where drinks would be served that would toss them out depending on what their business was like. The idea I had for Sandra was that she works at a casino because she was the garbage slime for the casino and ended up basically taking all of the old drinks. And then an employee messed up and fell into her as a monster, and then she became what she is now and actually works at the casino. So the way that this would end up working is, well, her yellow bar would just be full. Whoops. Her yellow bar is just full. So easy enough to explain. But when it comes to the slimes, they can still have bits of their other bars filled. There would technically be a decent amount of ice in her system too, now I'm thinking about it. Up. General liquids would be catching anything else like the water. Up. And then food would also be counted as part of this. And then there would be a bit of drugs in her system too, from what she ate. So, at least in this case, when it comes to the slimes, they can eat anything when they are a mon slime. That's just the power of the mon slimes, is to digest things like walking stomachs. I think that's pretty common against like all levels of monster theory and fiction, which is relatively fine to copy from. For mine, they are going to be color coded depending on what kind of a thing that they ended up eating, and depending on rank of color in this case, depends on what they end up becoming at the end. So while Sandra Azamon Slime did eat like 2 bodies, she ate some drugs, she ate a lot of perfume-based things, and a shit ton of extra liquids and a shit ton of extra food, because of the fact that yellow, at least, was the highest ranked color for her. I don't really have a good color for this. Because yellow was the highest ranked color for her, that led to her becoming a yellow slime instead of a blue or an orange slime, even though those were filled as well. And it won't inherently matter in the case of slime consumption whether you hit certain ones first. It just depends on the highest rank that you have filled. So for someone like Sandra, obviously there's going to be a shitload of booze in her system being garbage disposal for a casino. So she can still have other bars filled and others filled well, but she still turns out to be a yellow slime because of that. Oh, let's see. I guess I can put those all... Well, no, leave that there. No. There we go. Guess I'll just name that Sandra. Bop. Then you can get the weird examples like Gwyneth being primarily a white slime, but because the... Oh, hey Nano, welcome in. Oh, I'm kind of just discussing what we've already kind of half discussed with the slime creation, which I can kind of go over a bit better with Sandra than I can Gwyneth in this case. Yes. But just to confirm what my thoughts were, at least in terms of how the slimes actively exist. The slimes obviously can eat anything. Anything can realistically fit within a slime. That's not really a hard bar to actively hit. Let's just do that. Sandra is one of the easier cases because the garbage slime she was based on was sitting in a casino. She would be eating all of the extra foodstuffs and alcohols that the casino would be throwing away and just be eating all of that. So obviously, what's consumption grid? I'm explaining that right now. So the consumption grid is basically the list of, or at least like an internal registry within a slime's core that reads what they've eaten throughout their lifetime. There is a rank to the colors because the rank of the color, it determines what color of slime you end up being. And depending on what your filled highest rank color is the slime you end up becoming. So in the case of Sandra, it's easier to explain. Sandra is the yellow slime, she's the alcohol slime. I thought each color represents a slime. Each color represents a slime type. Oh, Jesus. God, that's loud. Each color represents a slime typing, at the very least. So you're not inherently wrong, but what I did when I was discussing it with you was I drew one for every color to have a named representative for each color. But there are going to be like population densities when it comes to each of the colors. Where did I put the color brackets? So yellow slime ate a corpse? Yep. The yellow slime did eat like 1 or 2 corpses. Welcome back, Non. Hopefully your late lunch went well. Oof. But for the slimes, they have this internalized consumption grid, which essentially keeps in track what they've eaten throughout their entire lifetime. Just eating things does not necessarily grant you sentience. That does still require a human, not a human. It requires a sentient soul in order to become a sentient slime. But their internals keep track of everything that they eat, and depending on the highest rank of thing that they eat the most, or they've filled their quote-unquote experience bar for, is this type of slime that they end up becoming. So for Sandra being a slime that works at a casino, obviously miscellaneous liquids and solid materials like foods are going to fill up relatively easily. as well as alcohols, because casinos just churn through that shit on the daily. You can still have them eating higher tiered bits, but that doesn't necessarily make them become a higher tier slime because of that. They still need to have enough experience in one of the higher tiers to trump the other ones. Some non-Lebanese hummus and smoked salmon. Oh, it's pretty nice. Nice flatbread pizza. That does sound pretty nice, actually. I just reheated some spaghettis because I still had some leftover spaghetti from, I think, last week. Because making a big pot of that ends up in a few extra meals at least. Did I actually finish explaining how this actually works? Yeah. So the rough summary, just so I can explain Gwyneth as well, just as an example. But depending on the highest tier of color that you satisfy... Don't make me explain it 4 times, Nano. But highest tier of snacking that they do that fills their experience quota is the slime type they become. They can still eat everything else, but the highest tier is what they end up becoming at the end of the day. So Sandra's easy. She was a garbage slime at a casino. You can kind of expect what a casino throws away on a daily basis. Then we can get weird examples like the white and black slimes. Because the way the white slimes work, I need to duplicate that real quick. Oh. There. Question. So you really haven't watched Red by the Grace of the Gods? Nope, I can't say that I have. The name doesn't feel familiar either, but let's just do a quick Google search just to make sure. Boop. Pulling up my internal internet, which is currently disconnected from my body. By the Grace of the Gods. A wholesome isekai anime and light novel. The slime mechanics you're describing is very similar to the slime being done in that. Ugh. I'm trying to write my systems to be semi-unique, but I keep stumbling upon every other system possible, don't I? Whatever. I like the system. I'm not changing it just because it's similar to someone else's. It's a good system. It is. Where's the breeding in Jude's mechanic? What are you talking about, Nano? There's not really slime breeding within my system, so we don't really have to worry about that. That's also why the slime population has, like, a relative cap when it comes down to their population density right now. I guess technically Holly would, or Gwyneth would have a lot of that too. You said breeding, it was more like mitosis and evolution. Yeah, that makes sense. Mitosis is going to be a bit of a tricky one to deal with anyhow, so... Up. How old is By the Grace of the Gods? Is that new, or... This is one you pointed out to me before. And it is on the Crunch. This is the one that you said was like a very casual experience, wasn't it? Oh, it's still going. Started in 2017 and I missed that. Okay. It's chill, more on the heartwarming side. Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, apologies, Grace of the Gods. I didn't mean to copy your system. This just felt natural. The light novel's going, the anime is done. At least I haven't heard about a season 2. Oh, it's probably going to be perpetually stuck like most things are. Bup. I need this window. Let's do that. Gwyneth. And then this, delete. Yes. I need to delete that. Really? I'm surprising myself by actually keeping up with most of the anime you plan to watch this season. Well, that's good. I certainly haven't. Oh. Am I on soft eraser? There. I haven't, because the only one that I've been keeping up with this season at least was / is. Also apologies. My left eye does kind of close easier, so the eye tracking is not very good. This is something I usually fix, but I haven't figured out how to do that within VNyan yet. Up. Usually fall behind pretty quick and then can only catch up on 1 or 2 by the start of the next season. That's understandable. You probably would have a lot of this too. You would have some of this. You would definitely have a good bit of this too. Barely any of this. Barely any of that. I need to think of a better name for this girl as well, now that I'm thinking about it. But just for general purposing of this, Gwyneth is a weird example just because of the holy relics taking relatively center stage on everything. The holy relics are kind of like an insta change whenever they drop. So before Gwyneth actually got the holy relic, she would have become a pink slime if just a regular humanoid soul fell in there. But because the holy relic just kind of fell into her, she birthed into a white slime basically immediately. And the green, I think what I should do for her is I probably should change that greens to be pinks. Just to go along with the flora and perfumables, which she was supposed to become. That might be a relatively good balancing point, actually. Okay, I'm distracting myself by thinking of shit. But the white slimes would essentially be birthed just because they need one holy relic, and the holy relics are basically just things that belong to a church and have an angel's soul trapped within them. So this category is not inherently hard to fill, but finding the item that fills it is the problem. Or cases like Juicy, who needs a better name. Juicy as a character was a garbage slime that was procured by a drug dealer. So, what happens with her is that a lot of the excess drugs was fed to her, the ones that the drug dealer could not sell, which is why she maxes out on her pharmaceuticals. There's obviously a lot of garbage that comes with making drugs, so that category is also very high. Being part of crime, there's also a lot of corpses within her, so there was a relatively high likelihood that she could have been birthed as a black slime if stuff went further. But this is also the balancing point when it does come down to it. Otherwise, there would probably be a lot of black slimes existing within the universe. But this is also how the system will fuck you over, because it only reads the highest tier that is completed. There is a registered amount that matters for that. So, Juicy, you know what? You get to go here, and you're not a cover layer. Juicy gets mildly fucked over by this mechanic because she could have been a black slime, she could have been a green slime. But because drugs were just fed to her faster and the soul dropped in her sooner, she gets downgraded to being red, even though she was very close to the other two categories. And that's at least how the system will be kind of balanced out, and why black slimes don't exist in higher numbers. Because the amount of dead bodies you need to eat to actually become a black slime is relatively high. It's not impossible to hit, it's just difficult unless you have a serial killer that has basically just gotten a hold of a black slime, or gotten a hold of a garbage slime, has been just feeding all of their kills into it. That could be a story later. I'm not sure just yet. Juicy. But now we can have relatively filled out rosters for this. I should make that consistent. Let's use this gray for all of them. Sorry, Gwyneth, but your life is excessively... Oh, geez. Gwyneth, your life is excessively boring. See, you didn't really have a whole lot on you. There we go. And then just the base layer of these, so I don't have to change that in the future. Lovely. All right, so we get the relative basics. And now I can, arguably speaking, I could just set up every single one of their charts against this thing and just copy this over when I'm drawing out the character sheets, quote unquote. This can go here. Up. Yeah, Sandra will be the first one that we work on today, at least. Because I grabbed my references already. We're mostly just going to be working on the design of them. I'm not going to draw them in any bombastic way just yet. Let's see. I'd probably want to set up a full grid for them, so... Oh, colors, right? Nope, I need you over here, buddy. There we go. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Music stops. Absolute cinema. The absolute cinema of a blank canvas. Alrighty. I guess let's do some sketching. Do. Now we will work on general character design based on the shenaniganry I pulled in Emote Labs and the ideas I had in my head. Rogue Core is a week away. Oh, is it really a week away at this point? I didn't realize it was going to be launching that quickly. Preparing your wallet. I can't imagine that whoops, like a party. Okay, that is the swipe tool. I can't imagine a party roguelike game like that is going to be like off the walls expensive. So you should be all right. I can't say I've looked too deeply into Rogue Core just yet. It is tempting to, but I think Brain has just been kind of shot by multiplayer games lately, so I haven't really looked into any or had the mood to play any of them. That is partially why, at least, I haven't really been playing any specific games with friends lately. Also, for people who have seen the other slime designs right now, they aren't going to have consistent eye shapes. That would be too boring. Nope, too hard. You aren't going to be very tall in comparison to the other two that we've designed so far. Let's see if I can actually emulate that well. It is worth mentioning that my brain also prefers to do this level of sketching on paper, so I am not used to sketching this digitally just yet. So we are going to have a relatively good bit of fun when it comes to sketching here. Yeah, we're going to be doing a decent amount of wiggles just to make sure stuff works. And yeah, do you like the playlist so far? It's definitely not stream safe, which is why it's in a separate channel, but it's good stuff to vibe to. Very sci-fi. It should be relatively sci-fi, yeah. It is synthwave, I believe. Synthwave usually falls into that spacey feel. Them hips, though. This is also just because I don't draw legs on the slimes, Nano. So this is just the blob that exists underneath them for them to scuttle along with when they don't wear boots or form legs. Whoops, I need this one. So if we were gonna draw, like, regular legs at least, it would only be like I think I've done what I normally do and the head is just too big. Yeah, that looks a little better. Like, if legs were to exist, they would just kind of be like that. Up. And be, like, relatively basic human shape. The blob just exists because I prefer the blob on slimes, if I'm being honest with you. It is a personal aesthetic choice, and slightly lazy one, but just what I prefer. This one? What did I do for you? I gave you... Up. Not gonna lie, kind of a bowl cut kind of situation on the bangs. I'm still drawing on the back layer. Draw on this layer. I'd say you can run multiple strokes to make a line, but make sure your lines are less spread out. It'll help you out in the cleanup stage. Admittedly, that's just not the way I draw anyways. When I get to the cleanup stage, I'll just be drawing over all this anyways. This just helps me in terms of visualizing it and keeping it relatively cleaned up. In my brain, at least. So I do appreciate the art help. It's just not how I function, unfortunately. This part can be relatively small, actually. Get you up. Because I am not a well-trained artist, unfortunately. This can probably go up a little higher as well. Because your sketch is thick, you might think you have a lot in the way with where to put the cleanup line. And the product would look different. Oh, geez, I needed to stretch. Ow. Ooh. Yeah, you are right. Doot. Yeah, I'll be doing back as well. Don't worry, Nano. I'm just slow. This one. Draw faster. This is why I didn't go into art shenaniganry for a job. I can't draw fast. I do stuff so slow and methodically that I could never really work on an artist's timeline. I pretend that I'm your client. If I was going to work with the level of efficiency that you bring to the table, I don't think I could survive. Nope. I need this. There. Again, wrong brush. And then Get that out of the way. And then I gave her a little ponytail as well. Or at least a side tail just to look cute. So I guess I would need to actually design something that would be holding that, wouldn't I? I guess there is the little headband that's supposed to exist on her as well. We'll do that, and then I'll just need to get in here to clean up this mess. And then these bulge over that a little bit. And what kind of accessory did we want to actually give? I guess if she's working at a casino, this part doesn't necessarily need to be as available. This is where she keeps the special liquor. No, wrong thing. One of these days I probably should be going into my clip settings just so I can set the pencil on a separate key from the pen. Just told the director you don't have progress for today. My shot was approved, but I just wanted to animate more, so I'm still on this one shot. Your directors so far have been relatively calm about the fact that you don't seem to get a lot of work done on this shot, which I guess is a good thing. But that is still a little concerning. Now that's an emote drop. Give me 1 second while I do something I could solve easily with the mirror tool if I just bothered to use it. There we go. That's because you made a lot of progress on the days you actually have something. Oh. Well, that's good at least. As long as you're giving them some progress report, that's what matters. Dooch. Now, what do we want to give her to represent that hairband? They still think you're a student. Well, I mean, if they still think you're a student, that does make things a little bit easier. It's like, oh, well, we'll just give them some more time. Nano must be working on their end-of-year animation studies. Everyone always has to go through those in May. I feel like I should be looking up like a liquor bottle thing that would work as a hair tie. They just said it's okay. We know you have a lot of exam projects going on. What exams? To be fair, some projects do, or some programs at least, would have you do like a final exam process where you have to animate out like a 5-ish minute scene, I'd wager. Let's see. Nope, too far. Nope. Oh, right, ads. A lot of people are moving on to cleanup already, but they clean up after their one-shot is completed? Oh. Well, then you better get on top of things. She works for a casino. Then... nope. Move. There we go. I told them I clean up after I finished all of my shots, so when I need to tweak something, I don't have to tweak the cleanup. As I might know, you're doing back-to-back. Yeah, you did mention before that you had back-to-back at the very least. Which does at least help with keeping things consistent. Wrong thing. And right, I can get pinged on that, can't I? Whoop. Alright, now we need to get a body going. Which I guess I roughly sketched out the proportions. So, bottom part is the easiest bit. Doot. I'm glad that I don't have a lifestyle where I have to worry about deadlines too much right now. But god damn, is it annoying. when people start just shoving them at you. Some people in the Discord know me as well. They're probably like, what exams? I saw this motherfucker graduate. Yeah. Workplace shenanigans as they happen. I might be going insane. I feel like I'm just hearing multiple voices when I shouldn't. Oh, this one. Let's see. The neck would exist, the arms would exist. A little longer? I guess this is basic human musculature attempts, isn't it? You don't need to have pure humanoid musculature, considering you are a blob of jello. So we can smooth this out and round it out a little bit. Boy. I feel like that she doesn't need to be quite that wide either. Nope, wrong button. Sandra is going to be part of the... I guess you can technically say it on stream, so it's not entirely illegal to do so, but the good old itty bitty titty committee. I have a problem where I don't draw a very diverse chest size, and I would like to change that. Collarbone would roughly be there. Guess I should draw this down here, shouldn't I? Collarbone's roughly here. Rib cage is meant to be something like this. So then we go here. Again, wrong brush. I want the pencil, not the pen. It is also going to be entirely possible that this is slightly lopsided. My eyes don't work the best for art, so I play a lot of this by ear. I really should learn how to use the mirror tool. Oh, come on. Let's see, can I draw a hand? Because she is going to be wearing gloves, so I do kind of need that. Oh, right, add. I guess I probably should just stretch, shouldn't I? Especially since we've been going for 2 hours. Okay, yeah, I'll take a quick break just while this is going. There we go. Good, and closed captioning is working just fine. Alright, let's get back to the dreaded hands. That's... Can probably make that slightly bigger. Oot. Oot. Brush. No, that's too oven mitty. Oot. The thumb need to be bigger, not the rest of the hand. That's fine. If not for Jason, I wouldn't have known Rogue Core's release date was being so soon. Thankfully, Jason does stay on top of things relating to gaming, at least. So we get to thank Jason for quite a lot of things, now don't we? Up. Yeah, quickest cat that we've got around. Now I'm assuming, yeah, all of that's pretty much. You'll look more into it when you at least get some time. Because, you know, you've got a good amount of stuff to animate still. Today is done, you'll animate Saturday, Sunday, and Wednesday. Oh yeah, right, you were gonna limit those to those days. Okay. Well, as long as you're done with today, that's all that matters. This is that, so we can get rid of this. And a bit of that. Let's just pick this up for slime body. So we got 5 classes to play with, but only 4 players. I guess the amount of classes is mostly just to have variety and probably to make it seem like none are necessarily required to get things done. So that's at least nice at the end of the day. You won't have to worry about being cucked for anything, kind of like how the base game works. Cool. All right. So let's see. When it comes to her outfitting, she is going to have a relatively big bow tie. Let's see if I can remember how to draw these properly. Womp. I guess since you're researching into it, what exactly are the 5 classes that you get to pick from? Because I know you were talking about it with Jason within the Discord, but how complex are we looking at here? Spotter, Slicer, Falconer, Guardian, and Retcon. Retcon is a verb, not really a class name, at least. So what exactly does retconning do? Retcon. Time rewind. How the fuck do you get time rewind going? Y'all are just dwarves on minimum wage salaries. How the hell do you have time travel in it? Let's see. Rage. Build rage by taking damage. Activate for massive damage buff. Contingency plane auto revive once per mission if the team wipes. Huh. DRG gave them some upgrades so that they can be more efficient workers. Apparently so. Hot damn. I did not think that they would actually be getting, like, any level of care. Alright, so we get the basics of that. How did I design it there? I gave the brown outcoat, white inner coat bow. If I want to be combining this with a casino and maid, how do I combine casino and maid? Because the outfits have similar color schemes, but there could be some additional advances here. Here. Maybe focus this down a little bit. Nope, wrong brush. Scouts. Spotter driller. Slicer engineer. Falconer gunner. Guardian unique / risky. So they made up retcon in a way. Well, I guess that's not entirely a bad thing to just have one thing that's made up. I'm reading it wrong? Oh, probably. Oh, scout equals spotter, driller equals slicer, engineer equals falconer, gunner is guardian, and then just unique is retcon. Okay. Well, I guess by our gameplay session of it between Solace, Ezo, and I guess I would end up being the slice, not slice, guardian? Since I was always the gunner, because I liked my guns. Let's cut that and that. There. Your gunner main. Guardian's tanky and can protect. Not sure about firepower. And he can stun relatively well. Oh, she's a casino hostess? Yes. The rough idea is that the slimes generally work near where they were born, just because of circumstantial nonsense that ends up happening. So she ends up taking work at the casino that she was essentially birthed from. Let's just put little bits here just to indicate semi-built. Hey there, Frank. Welcome in. Do hope the evening's treating you well, and welcome to Art. Doing a little bit of artsy schmartsy nonsense as per the norm. Trying to get my art skills to not completely rust while getting a chance to actively design things. But how's the evening treating us so far? Is Thursday a complete travesty, or are we Gucci so far? Been alright, though it went pretty fast. Got everything done, and you can now... I got everything done in the new Enfield content. Okay. I still have a little bit of stuff to do in terms of new Enfield content, but I believe I played enough so I could get the AIC down for the new area, and that was about it. Well, there's this new area that just dropped today. Oh, there's a new area tied to today's update, too? Whoops. I'm a bit behind now, then. It's fine. I'll get there. Yeah, I can make this work. And it doesn't add a whole lot to your factory, so you're not missing much. I guess it would really mainly matter if I need to get done, like, the new boss section as well. For lack of a better term, I did kind of leave the girl to her fate so far for a couple weeks now. So she's not having the best of times. At least not yet. She can take it. Exactly. She's like a prime operative who's so much better than Chen, so she can always actually take that kind of punishment. It won't matter if we leave her in hyperspace for like a month or so. Actually. Up. There and there. Full gloves for the alcohol slime so she doesn't put any of her own alcohol in the drinks. What else can we do for you? I guess some accessorizing wouldn't hurt. Oh, guess you can technically go in a little further. Okay, so we puff up those sleeves a little bit. We give the collars. She's got gloves. She's got a headband that I wanted to turn into just a regular maid headband, but not sure how I feel about that now. Might be a bit more unique of a way to get this in here. She's going to be working at a casino. She doesn't necessarily need any level of belts or anything like that. If we're going to be giving her an apron, what would you give to someone who's working at a casino bar? I guess a place to keep towels and or a dish rag would help, so that way you can wipe down glasses. But you would keep relatively easy to access. So let's say there's a front pocket on the apron jacket thing here. Then she's got her little wipe rag in there. Kind Gotta be something else I can do with this. Let's do that. And okay, me just wagging the pen like that doesn't really look too good on the model. The main thing that really makes me think of additions would be frills. But at least with this, there's not really a good place to add them unless we put them underneath that chest bow. So, detail-wise, it might be better to do this to get rid of too much added complications there. Oh, right. And then maybe an embossment of the company's logo would work there, just so that way it's relatively front and center. Have I even thought about how to name the casino that Sandra works at yet? I don't think I have. Let's just say there's a giant fuck off circle brand on here that looks somewhat like the Boston Pizza logo. And apologies to anyone I'm making hungry by drawing a pseudo pizza with this. There we go. What's that ring? Oh, I'm just trying to think of like a company logo to emboss on this uniform. And a poker chip seemed like a relatively good thing to start with. I feel like casino would kind of be obvious considering what we're doing. So how about we do Let's do VM. I can probably figure out some way to get a couple names to work for VM Casino. Good old Vicky and Martin's Casino. Oh. Or Victor and Martin. You can get victory out of that relatively easily. You go here. And since we're here, why don't we do some basic color blocking as well, since that'll probably take us an hour and a half to do. Oop. There's not going to be a crap ton of her slime bits showing, but that is all right. She's wearing baking gloves? Not baking gloves exclusively, no. She's just going to be wearing, like, quote-unquote skin-tight red gloves because of the casino aesthetic, at least. Oi. I am just a little lazy when I am blocking stuff out. And for the moment, I'm just trying to get a basic bit of color in here, which helps me to imagine everything a little bit better. Whoop. Although Betty Crocker branded gloves would be kind of funny, not gonna lie. There. Guess you can also go in there. Oh, never mind. This is why you're not going in there. 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 doing this also just helps my brain figure out if any extra detail specifically needs to be added on or not. So I'm probably doing something out of conventional order, but don't mind it too much. Yeah, and we can just vibe in the process to the nice old synth wave that I have definitely not been just listening off of YouTube, because YouTube would have ads. And I'm clearly a very good robot, and I don't have an ad blocker installed so we can listen to music all the time. No, not at all. There. This is also just relatively good. I guess, what's the right wording here? Pacing for music for what I'd like to do while I'm drawing. Because my mind can jump around a lot if the fact that I've designed most of these slimes independent of each other wasn't enough of an indication. Ouch. But my mind tends to move too fast at points, so I need to slow it down occasionally. Is the emote wall not over top of this? Did I do an oops? I did do an oops. Huh. I wonder where it's dropping those emotes in from. The emote wall goes over top, but are those dropping within Vignon itself? It is. Huh. Okay. Why does Vignon have a thing that automatically drops emotes from within it? I mean, I'm glad it can read the 7TV emotes doing that, but I did not think it had that functionality. Okay. The more you know. And glory be to this system, because it lets me not fuck up the colors anymore. Dooch. Yeah, apparently it can just grab those emotes. Wait, where's the duck from? Oh, it's from someone's Twitch? Or that's just from Twitch? Only Afro-D? Only Afro-D's nuts. Dude. Make that a little brighter. What is that? I cringe. I wonder how many people really have cringe emotes nowadays. I could definitely see a good amount of people having them since there's enough Gen Alpha memery nowadays to make it at least a little bit more viable. Technically cringe based on the name. Yeah, technically speaking. A good old head bang, or head desking, is indeed a reaction to cringe. Make these nice and puffy. And then you get this trend that people love. Is that... the hell is that? Oh, the tongue wagging freaky thing. Okay. Yeah, it's been a while since I've really seen anyone do that, but I guess a lot of VTubers do have that set up, don't they? What is the world coming to, I dare say? Folks are bringing out the cringiest levels of content imaginable, whether it be smexy or not. It's freeing letting your tongue loose like that. I mean, it might be for you humans, but I don't think it matters much for me. I don't even have the AR kit set up to track it, so I can't really get away with it. I can't make my tongue relax enough to waggle it like that. Oh, there's gotta be a smarmy comeback to that line. I just cannot think of it right now. I know that Gene Simmons is able to do that kind of emote as well. I doubt that's where people ended up getting it from, but Gene Simmons' Kiss was able to do that kind of action for band shenaniganry. There we go. Be a little bigger. I don't know if I can actually make my tongue relax enough to do that. It's possible. I'm honestly just a little unsure. Nope. There. close you up. I don't really have new emotes at the moment, so I don't really have anything super fancy aside from the small for Jude being updated recently. Just so we can actually have the one that has the collar and all that. Yes, Twitch, I know the ad's about to start. Don't worry about it. There we go. I'm just excited. Kingdom Come Deliverance just exited without saving. Oh, I'm sorry, Nano. It always sucks when that happens, doesn't it? Is it at least relatively fun progress you can enjoy playing again? Or is it just tedious nonsense? Because I know that you do like that franchise a good bit, but you never know. That one. Just alchemy, potion making, and some herb pickings. So I guess a little bit on the tedious side. Sorry. You'll have to do some more gardening another time. I think color distribution wise, we can get away with the whites for the cuffs. And let's see. Also got this thing. It almost looks like a VN for visual novel. I'm kind of fine with having that kind of a fuck up. Let's see. We need... Here. And then... that kind of just bleeds into the color of the outfit, but that's fine. This is meant to be embossed, so it doesn't need to be supremely bright. That might be a little too gaudy, so maybe during embossment we'll not make that quite as saturated. I guess enough so that... could be worse. You will get a basic little towel. And I do kind of like that line setup, so I'm going to continue that down a little bit because when we do the back view, we can show some kind of split coat tail look. And in a way, actively show that this outfit would need to be custom made for her, because this wouldn't work on most body types. Oh, we are on the right brush. I guess in terms of color, that's not too messy. I guess just aside from like the down here with that embossment, maybe making that more of like an embroidery situation might end up being better. But it's not too bad. Is there anything I can fix from here, or can I go further? It sits primarily on warm color schemes. The towel is probably overkill for the purposes of this. So maybe let's axe this. We'll leave a pocket there, but just for general character shenaniganry. Whoop. Scared of you. In terms of general character shenaniganry, it's not bad, but there's probably more I can do. You usually have cuffs. Maid outfits can have a number of things. I guess the sleeves being baggier is something I could probably work on instead of the muscle definition that I've put in place right now. The frills from the maid dress I would like to bring over, but how in the world do I bring those over? Because I've already got a bit too much going on with the bow on the chest, so I can't really fit frills along the inside here. As nice as that would be, that just feels like it would be texturally too much. Is it too much? Not inherently. I might be able to get away with it. Yeah, ad break. Ad breaks are only 30 seconds, but... Oh, yeah, I haven't saved this once yet. Whoops. I'm gonna take a quick break. Make sure to stretch, grab a drink if you need to, and I'll be back. Alrighty, we good? I think we're good. Alright, what more can I do here? I probably don't need it to be chocolate colored. I can probably leave that to be a little darker. Having the big bow kind of cancels out the high collar. Her hair would also be blocking the high collar, but she would have something functionally like that. We're going with the color scheme that primarily follows the casino setup and not the standard. A belt probably would help. Oot. Here we go. Yeah, that kind of helps with breaking it up a little bit. The frill idea might be a bit much, but should be all right. Nope, not that. Gotta make sure that this is implied. The booze slime does have booze in her. Maybe give her a fanny pack. Fanny pack might be a bit much. Let's see here. Up. Nope. I want you outside of that category. You go in there, you go in there. That's better. Up. I guess I probably should have, or I should get the back sketching of this done first before I start getting anything crazy. Joe, you go out. Damn, you're having a late dinner, Nano. But alright, we won't be going too much longer anyhow, but at least gotten a little bit done. kind of just left an open spot here, but I didn't really have anything to put there. Oop. Let's see. I guess technically speaking, I don't need that. I need this. And then there. Then we can do some of this. This will make the eraser a little bigger. Doot. This one. And then I guess there needs to be at least a little bit of a band here, so why don't we make that kind of casino chip theme as well? Won't be super important in the grand scheme of it all. Here's some of that. Nope. I wanted just black. All right, and when it comes down to that, what option do I want to take with that? Yeah, right, the puff sleeves. Do. Here. Those will point forward because I say so. Oh, hey, since we're doing art, that means I can actually look at some of our art friends that I can read into later. That'll be nice. I don't think I've directly rated any of the art friends in a while, aside from Salty. Oops. Do... Let's see. Can probably see the belt from here as well. Gonna have to really sell it that these are shoulder pads and not tits, but that's alright. You can just do that. There we go. And anything on the back? I guess that is just kind of a slip-on piece right now, which in theory is fine. Thank you, Nano. How's your dinner, by the by? Ow. God, all my joints are too stiff. Oh. Not too bad. Got rice and shrimp. Rice and shrimp is a, whoops, pretty good combo, not gonna lie. I guess the real question is, did the shrimp at least fry your rice for you, or... What can I do to soup up the back? Does it really need souping up? Sorry, what was it? Did your shrimp fry your rice for you, is what I was asking. Let's see. You are not drunk enough for that question? You don't have to be super drunk for the question. Oh, the belt. Duh. we go. Make my eraser a little smaller, because pressure sensitivity only seems to matter on the airbrushing. Oop. Then we can get a quick little... What are we at, 330? Let's get a quick little coloration of the back shot just to see if we need to add anything else. I was thinking we could do a corset for this jacket, because it's not really being held tight by much. It's just kind of on. So that could be an option. Boop. Here. Get all that in. There we go. And then you. I will add this coloration to the chords between everything after. And that can go down a little. Up. Give me you. I did not do the floor yellow very cleanly there. There. And then the red, which will go on the hands. She's definitely not a phantom thief. Don't worry about that. She's not going to steal your heart. She's only going to steal your money. Ooch. Here. And then this thing will also be a slightly garish red color, because the dress code must be followed. I am so sorry, Sandra. Ooch. And then this brown needs to be grabbed for the booze. A little smaller. Get rid of all the yellows. Okay. Simple front shot, simple back shot. It at least gets us somewhere. Shoot. You should know not to say back shot on the internet these days. I mean, I know that I shouldn't, but I'm a relatively lewd enough person anyways, so I don't necessarily mind. My streams aren't inherently family friendly, so I don't really mind using the language occasionally. Granted, I haven't really drawn the sex-adjacent slime yet, so we'll be worrying more about backshots when we get to Alley. I do kind of want to put a corset on this jacket, though. So let's do a little bit of this. Wrong button. They've already got precedence for lines going elsewhere, so let's make sure to tie this on somewhere. Gotta watch out for everything nowadays. You do, yeah. Because when in doubt, Big Brother is always listening. Alright, so the back is definitely going to be a little bit of a clusterfuck, but this is fine. And from the back, I guess there technically would be some visibility from the headband. Oh, there's multiple things that happen in here. Hey there's Sarah. Welcome in. Hopefully the evening's treating you well, and welcome everybody from the Elf Bunker. At there. Shout out.
How are you?
There. Lovely.
That's
Really good war night for the community.
all day, right? It's not gonna get me.
Marvel Rivals War. I haven't quite looked into Marvel Rivals myself, so I can't comment too much on that, but I'm glad you guys had fun at least.
Thank you.
And welcome into the cabin. Hopefully everything is going well on at least post-stream shenaniganry. We are doing... have to raid and run. Yeah, no worries there. I understand, Sarah. Rest well, and thank you for trusting your community and the cabin. I'll make sure that folks aren't given too much frostbite in the process. But just for the general informative here, my name is Jude, your Judicial Utility Droid Mark III, here to provide you with a relatively comfy time while we're getting some shenaniganry done. Tonight we're just doing some world building with the story that I am in the middle, well, stories that I'm in the middle of writing. Up. And we are fleshing out the slime race specifically just because I have personal biases and I am going to make full use of those. At the moment, we're currently just sketching out the booze slime because yellow was the first one that came to mind when I was designing these, and it's the easiest one for me to knock out of the park. Well, maybe not out of the park, but first one to at least knock to first base. And don't mind my eye tracking. I am using a new tracking software at the moment, and it does not like my face. Still trying to work out the kinks as well, if I'm honest with you, but not quite there yet. Let's see. Is there anything else that I can give to Sandra at the moment? Guess that didn't really take us an hour and a half, did it? Do a little bit of file management. I guess we could do some render lining since we're here. Up. Start there. Let's just do 12. Come on, hand, you can do this. I guess since I'm working on larger canvas, this should be alright. We just gotta pay attention. Oh yeah, and from anyone else from Sarah's community, if you do need to bail to fully understand. Oh, we won't be going for too much longer here, since I usually only stream 4 hours at a time. But we've at least been having fun with it. There. I would like you to be smaller, just so that way I can Do some of these shenanigans. There. No, this does need to be a bit more blobular shaped if I can get it that way. Okay. Doing the line coloring on Sandra will definitely pose to be an interesting challenge, considering I'm going to have to do some shenaniganry with the Boo's hair, but we'll make it work. Probably better to go in there. Nope, circular. Yum. There. Nope. That's probably a bit too out there. Hmm. Just try and make it go across a little bit more evenly. Oot. Need you to go up and wiggle. And then that will intersect with the club ornament, so Oh boy, circles are definitely not your friend. Let's see. That one is almost where we need it. Okay, yeah, that works. And at least from far away, these lines will be smooth because I'm actually doing the smart thing and drawing on gigantic canvases now instead of the pixelated messes that I worked on before. Dooch. Then let's just round that off a little bit. And then the back hair. There we go. And I guess I need to keep an eye out for the final ad to pop up, don't I? Doot. Y'all don't need to see the final ad at least. I guess thinking on it, the puff sleeves realistically should be going over top of the back hair, so we won't worry about that. There we go. Big old puffy hair. Guess the headband is next. Ouch. Oh. Probably off center. Ouch. Let's see. Can I make this a nice smooth band that goes on top of the squishy booze? Nope. Then get rid of here. Then we'll get a little bit of the band here. Then I just need to do another one going from here to roughly here. That will act as the ruffles. Those nice salmon colored ruffles that this is going to end up having. Huh. Oh, no. 10-minute warning. Almost there. Nope. There. And then clean you up. What is that emote, Frank? Oh, the bongos. Yeah. The joy of synthwave is that there's usually at least a very soft beat going, but at least a noticeable one. What did you see with eyes unclouded by hate? Rid of that. We'll sharpen that. Nope. I wasn't really sure, because it mostly just looked like a cracked open cream egg. But I saw it fidgeting, and I just wasn't sure how to properly respond to the fidgeting. Can't have lines joining up like this, because that is bad form. Okay, that's not too bad. Oh, there's the last ad. Toot. Nope, too far. We'll just get a little bit more lining done, and then we'll see about finding somebody to raid. Yeah, that's definitely not even close. Hmm. If I just select that, yeah, because I conjoined them already. What would be the best way to do this? Oh, there we go. I'm not sure what Sandra ends up seeing, but she's definitely going to be seeing it through some form of logger. There we go. And clean up. The slimes are meant to look semi-unnatural, so I'm kind of fine having those so close together. Let's see, snooze. Do. There also need to be the bottom of the head. Hmm. That one came up a little bit too high, so... Yeah, that works. There. Get rid of that for a second. Said get rid of that for a second. I say I'm fine with it, then immediately change it. Up. Come on. No. That's a little better. Although it does look like I flattened it a bit. So that might be better on both sides. The color is probably not helping much right now. Good. There. That should be alright. Do we want to give her the cat mouth? I'm okay with giving her the cat mouth. Nope. She is friendly and is only here to steal your money, so don't worry about it. And I guess in terms of time, that is us at the 4-hour mark, so... Vive la progression. Considering I haven't drawn anything physically in a while, and I haven't drawn anything digitally in even longer, I'd say we did alright. I'm actually gonna have to worry about art tax. Oh god, buttons. That one? There we go. I can get rid of that. Awesome. Well, hopefully speaking, everyone had a lovely evening at least. Always great to get some extra art in, because god, I needed the practice for that. Yeah, it's better. I think it'll be good to keep this going. We can work on Sandra a bit further next time and see about getting some additional colors in there. And since I guess we're doing art tonight, we can technically look for someone in the art group to raid if that's an option. Oof. Left eye is bugging out a little bit, both IRL and on the model, so don't worry about that too much. Froggy's on. Would Froggy be rating too high? Don't think so. Sure, we can go over to Froggy. Raid 1. I'm trying until collapse. Oh no, Froggy. You gotta be careful about that. Safe to assume you're talking, so... That looks to be the right icon. Cool beans. Well, hopefully everyone had a lovely evening, and thanks for stopping by. We'll continue art next week, but I'll be gaming for the rest of the week, so... A little bit of Church of Bonk action tomorrow in Cyberpunk 2077, so if you're cool with me punching the shit out of everyone I come across, then hardly recommend dropping by. But for now, that's about all I got, so rest easy, take care of yourselves, and I'll talk with y'all later. But for now, bye-bye.